Where is the third one? Does this clear the chat? Yes, it does. Okay. Hello, Caleb. How you doing? How you doing, McLean? Should we get a little bit of lights going here? There we go. 'Cause I'm easy. All right. Yeah, that made no sense to the music you guys were listening to. Check out my mug. Happy days. Definitely my mug, not my kids. Okay, what were I doing before I decided to wreck everything? Maybe if I just turned everything diagonally, then I wouldn't be able to reach any cables. It would be impossible to move anything around here. And it would be super inconvenient and take up a lot of space. Mouse cursor stream only. Okay, I better open this up over here. No. I want the stream manager is what I do. I keep moving everything with, you know, such is life. Don't I sleep? No, not until we're done here. Well, I do sleep. And I have now strategically positioned a lemon under my wife's pillow. So, there we go, right? So we have this thing going, me and the wife. It started with me. She was making some food, and I just grabbed the whole lemon and I just put it into the food that she was making. And then earlier today, I took the lemon and I put it in a handbag. And when we were going out, I tried to put my shoes on and my foot wouldn't go in. And I looked at her and put the lemon in my shoe. So now I've taken the lemon and put it under her pillow. So if the lemon is beaten up enough and it bursts, there's going to be lemon juice in the bed. But I think it's worth it. Also, hopefully I'm not too loud so she can actually hear me say these things. But yes, so we are back like the people we are, and I'm going to continue. It was either this or I was going to hang out with Ekton, but he did not reply in the allotted time. I like to give people an ultimatum. Hang out with me now or I will ignore you for the rest of the evening. No, maybe not, but I needed to get things done. And I was either going to get things done hanging out with him or I was going to get things done with you guys. Either way, that's okay. Clearly Temporis, clearly better company. Anyway, what are you guys up to? Anything exciting? Oh, there was this string thing here, wasn't it? So this thing alone causes 10... Oh, bollocks. Okay, wait. Shh. Nah, mate. That don't work. We're doing it there. We're gonna use it there. Oh. That's a good boy. Do it in Rust. To do it in anything else would actually qualify as treason against the Rust community. That's impossible, cat peasant. No one could ever figure this out and rewrite it. Yeah. Maybe I could just shift myself slightly to the left. That's probably where the keyboard was over there, right? We'll do this instead. Genius. Why didn't I think of this before? Why didn't I think of this before? Right. I had focus. There we go. No, you do not have 1,000,000 points. I don't believe that for a second. Someone needs to write the software that I need then, right? Someone needs to rewrite Binky to not suck, and we'll go from there. Oh, Cable, you're back. I missed you. 302,000. Oh my god. Lots of fun, yeah. But do you really have to use iced? Can't you just draw text on a... It's nearly 800,000? Okay. I should be able to get it done before you hit 1 million though, right? But when you hit 1 million, you can convert that to real currency if you ask Jeff Bezos, right? All right, there we go. There we go. Configuration? Nah. All right, game little time. Let's do it. Alert. Okay. So this was yesterday's. Let's see what we have today. We have Metroid Dread. Is it? Metroid Dread. What a guess. What a guess. I actually thought Metroid Dread was pretty bad. Okay, hear me out. Game looks gorgeous. I had fun playing it, but then I didn't. The game is actually incredibly linear. All right. All right. Good game, but kind of boring. So this game, it didn't have that. If you guys ever played like Super Metroid or the original one, you kind of have like this exploration, whereas Metroid Dread was very like linear somehow, right? You know, but there you go. All right, so it looks like this is not gonna work because we use this event here. So it stays borrowed, yeah. No, that's not the case, is it? I am wrong. Don't tell anyone. But I have gone wrong. Missed an important detail there, didn't we? Okay, that looks a little bit better. No viewport, okay. Probably no constraints either, right? Whoops. So it was just the back end. What are we gonna do? So once I've done this, I don't know if you pushed the PR, Skylar, but I will review PRs after this. Event context. There is a lot changing here, so we're gonna deal. Where is states though? Mm-hmm. There is, okay, could you not, where is that? Okay, so let's just go with event context states here. And that's going to be event context tree. No, we moved the tree out of there, that's what we did. It's all right, it's all good, do not worry about it. And don't take it personally if I change anything, okay? That's just how it goes, right? I kind of feel like this shouldn't be a problem, though. Where is this thing? Where is it barking at me? Ooh. It's all good, but writing comments is not software development. It's just really boring stuff that people should do, but they don't. There's a joke in there somewhere. Okay, where's the second borrow? This doesn't read well to me. Yeah, there it is. So, oh man. See, this is a predicament. You see, it's a predicament. We could take states out of there, and that would fix this. We need a new event context in there. It's not super cool, but you know, we can't need it. We kind of need it. So let's put this here. And then we can pass that event context in there. So that's going to be... Wait, we don't care about that. I don't know if we have an event here. I mean, we do clearly since this exists, but you know. That's just going to be state. So this is it, okay? No, attribute. No, this is definitely not right. Let's bump this. No, attribute storage. Really, were components used? There we go, right? We just had to make a new one. I see. Hello, Dawson. I see Dayloop. How do you do? Okay, so that's any... Yeah. Nah, hang on. Do lol context have strings? It does not. What are these strings then? Are they mutable? They're not. Technically, we don't even need that. We could just refer to strings like that. or not. What is this context? It's an untyped context. Dot strings. It's definitely okay. Hello, Rico. Cool. Okay. Why is it so freaking warm now? I wonder if it's the corner. Get out of. Right, okay, so let's see. What is happening? Where does this context come from? Alright, so where is that one being created? It's this context here. Now, why would that be mutable? Because of the associated event, that's why. Mate, I feel like we're doing something dumb here. Yeah. I hear you. Okay. But when do we need mutable access to the strings, though? Like, we can literally just grab the strings here. It's so weird. Well, I guess we can make a few passes of this to make it better, right? So this is all about reducing a lot of the boilerplate. So we're basically taking a lot of this code here and we're reducing it to this, right? But there's a lot going on. Okay, so that's one more. This can go. Wait, no, it can't. We're never actually doing this, any resize. Right. All right, we're gonna chuck some lol context and everything. All right, and I think this one too while we're at it. Might as well do the message. Do we put the state on there? Too right, we do. All right. All right, save the daytime, the delta time. Jeebus. We're clearly gonna rename that as well. Okay. What's the grief here then? Argument this method is wrong. What do you want? You want message, state, and elements. And context. And then self.state. Whoops. Message, state, elements, context. Message, state, elements, context. There we go. Hello, Wairu. How are you? Oh, fiddlesticks. Why is this thing wrong? Oh, yeah, because we make the context in here, you muppet. There we go. All right, we need to make ourselves a bit of the old LOL context here. I am so tired of this. And I know what I'm doing now is just kind of a placeholder for when we do it again. So we do this, and then we have to review this code again to make it better. It's just oodles of poodles of fun, right? And you know what's even greater? The runtime is really hard to test. So I need to write some tests for that too. Well, Skylar, when it comes to recursively calling the inner run function, you said there was a significant memory increase, but that should only increase with the size of the stack frame, and that shouldn't be large. So we're gonna fix it, but did you observe actual large memory usage? And how did you observe it, if so? It will, but it's only gonna be a stack frame, right? Although I'm guessing that one's quite big, but it shouldn't be too big. Not significant. No, that's fair enough. But good observation nonetheless. We'll definitely fix it. Try to gauge the importance or the priority of it. So, all right, any message needs a lot of context. So we're gonna do the same thing. All right, why am I doing this? We're gonna do what we always do these days somewhere. Oh shit, we're in the wrong place. Oh, how did you get in here? All right. So headers, we'll do this. And we're supposed to call any message with the payload and the letter B. And then we can take this out. There is no event context. Could it get in the way of dropping things that don't go out of scope of the function? No, because you do return the function. Actually, that's a good point. That's a large enough fly to be annoying. Okay. We are gonna fix it. I just try to prioritize things, that's all. Like, do I want to give this thing a lot of priority or not? Right? Okay, so what do we need to create the event context other than an event? Yeah, I can't answer that. But it's not doing any allocations there. All the allocations that we do in the loop are done into a global storage that we keep reusing. So that shouldn't be dropped in the first place anyway, if it's there. So I'm not worried about it. It's only stack allocations that we're talking about, not heap allocations though. Yeah. Get out of here, fly. Okay, so how do we get an event context for this thing? See, the event context needs an event, surprisingly. Let's find the event context. So what do we need to pass into this thing? What did I just do? Select this whole thing and clean it up. There we go. So what is this event? We don't have an event for this thing. I don't know. I mean, it can happen. TCO can happen through LLVM, right? As far as I understand, but it's not something you can count on. Oh damn! It's warm in here. I don't know how it got this warm. I need to open a window. This is crazy. I just met you. Here's my number. Yeah. Get out of here. Out. Go out. Oh shit, that's a massive spider. Alright, I saved your life. Now get out of here. Okay. Okay, where were we? Yeah, creating the event. All right, don't sit like a sausage. That's a bad one to pick, wasn't it? This is the one. Is this one doing... Yeah, that's the end event. Okay, let's clean this up. Oh, I'm redoing everything again, Glam. I'm redoing everything. So this is always hinging on an event. I wonder if maybe we don't need the event as part of the event context, which is a kind of a weird thing, right? Now, do we actually use this backend? I don't think we do. Let's see what we're actually passing in for doing this. Where's components? That's just going to be mutable reference to components. That will be components. This event, we're going to get rid of this thing. There is no such thing there, but we do have states there. We don't use the tree. We have associated events. We have attribute storage. And then this is the untyped context. What is this event external? Handle message, any message. Then Gandalf, I suggest you keep it to yourself, safe in the knowledge that you don't spread the virus. Unless it's like you find out that your dad is actually your uncle, but also your dad. Okay, where is this external thing coming from? There was never any reference to anything external here. Because this is an ident. Okay, so this thing, we can maybe take this out. Cannot move out of message, but you can. Where does the message come from? There's some real annoyances with this. Yeah, I'm completely okay with you moving that. No one is complaining. You don't need the message afterwards. No, that already takes ownership. And we can't move the message in here. Can we change this to an F once? Don't have to deal with that. Hello, Macabu. How are you? How are you this fine day? Okay, so we're reducing a lot of code here, which is the goal of today. Although, admitted, we're adding these event context things, right? But I think we're going to ditch the event from here now. So this thing obviously needs to have... Ooh, then we get rid of the event. We don't need that anymore. We can pass the event in here. Do we have an event here? no, we have let some event is equal to. Yeah, that means we have to. Oh yeah, there's the event. It's right there. These are just copy types. We're not overly concerned about these. So then we even get rid of that. That reduces some code. Excellent. Excellent. What? What now? This was compiling like 5 minutes ago. What now? All right, we just have to read the code. Self.component. Oh, no. Need to use the event context, obviously. Right. So we get these two. Too familiar? This is all getting to be quite sleek now. This thing, I'm a little bit unsure of. I'm unsure what we're going to do here. 1313, thank you for the follow. All right, so I think we got rid of a lot of the stuff from here. Let's make sure we actually do get rid of the component malarkey. No, we're not done. This one, this whole block needs to be done, right? Why do we need quit test? We need it today because otherwise you can't press Control-C to end the application. But once we have global event handlers, we won't need it. Yeah, but what if you don't want Control-C to quit? What if you want Control-C to pop up a message box that asks you to confirm to quit because you want to be really annoying to your end users? So here, we're just going to replace this with this. And what is it that we're calling? Any tick. All right, so we need to create the necessary thing for any tick here. No event, though. I think we're passing like delta time. Pop out a microtransaction window? Yeah. Setting's fine. Then the backend, Skylar, I'm not keeping up with where you are. Right? I am way too into what I'm doing here, so I can't answer that question. If it's not in front of me, I don't know what it is. I know why we have the quit thing. I think you just have to follow that, but we're gonna get rid of that with the global event handler, though. Or rather, we're gonna have a default global event handler. Although technically, that would be quite annoying if we install a global event handler and we don't do that by default. Actually, we can just have that work and you can override the function if you don't want it. Although we still have to pass the event. It'll be fine. All right, so we need to get an anytick in here. So we need an event context for these things. We have an untyped context. That means we have to create an event context as well. Somewhere here, we have that. There we go. That has to be a mutable reference. And that has to be called with delta time. There we go. Now we can get rid of this whole block here. Done. Okay, so now we can start the second round of review of this code. First, we're gonna see if this thing even works. Actually, let's full screen this window. What does this code do? Yeah. Okay, next thing would be, let's get rid of this thing and bring this thing in. Yeah. Okay, looks like the runtime is the fun time. So now we can start the second pass. Whew. Okay, so first we're gonna push everything that we have here. Comments. Where are these comments? Wow, that's a lot. Events 113. Oh, not. All right, we can get rid of these things. Actually, we're not going to get rid of them just yet. We're looking for, there we are, right? Looking for these big chunky blocks. Any other chunky blocks? No. This code has to be written, but again, we're going to go for, well, that means that we have to try out tab indices, right? I think maybe that was in here. No. I wrote tag. I meant to write tab. Nope, it's not there. It is in tab index. Pants. Oh yeah, but this was a prototype. It is not available yet. And that does not work. Tabbing is broken. Excellent. And then it panics. Cool beans. So that's, well, on key panic, so that's supposed to panic. But tabbing doesn't work. All right. Okay. Yeah. Keep pushing buttons, hoping they will change next time you run it. That makes sense. All right, global events. That's going to be an events. All right. So this is probably what you asked for, right? What was your issue with this, Skylar? Backend shouldn't return event stop for backend next event. Give it a good name. Okay. Meh. Implement that in the next event. Oh, you mean that this thing would return quit as an event? That's actually a good point. Although we want to configure this on the runtime, not the backend. Where do we put this thing? Yes, so if we look at the runtime, do we not have Control C in here? We not have Control C here. That might have been removed. That might have gone. Doing Control C to quit is probably an old artifact. You're right. We could return this from the backend. No, it wasn't just supposed to be on the backend, but also whether it was enabled or not. But if we're gonna have a global event handler, we should probably just do away with this thing, right? So there we go. But you're right, that actually doesn't make sense that it's there. That is probably some remnants of something. A couple of years, but this particular code base, probably closer to 2 years, I think. And we can now use it. It's now in a usable state. It's not a lot of code, though. It's 19,000 lines of code. Although, yeah, don't worry about that, Skylar. Actually, you know what? You're finding good things by doing that. So I really appreciate that you are digging through the code base, right? And I will try to answer questions, but there's a likelihood that the context of the question is forgotten, right? So do keep asking questions, right? Well then, that you're hired. Okay. So what do we have here that we need to improve on? We need to improve tabbing. So the runtime code is probably the scariest code, and widgets is probably the second scariest code when you get here to expressions. There's a lot to unpack here, even though the code is reasonably structured, but there's a lot to unpack. I think in total, we have probably written over 100,000 lines of code. Certainly if we include the other permutations in there. It's not, no, runtime is simple. It's just very wordy. And that is what I'm trying to reduce now. When you look at the code, you get a sense of deja vu everywhere, right? Like there's a lot of repetition. And I am now making multiple passes over the code, removing as much of the repetition as possible. The easiest thing to do is, of course, just to bundle everything up into a macro, but that's cheating, right? So there's a lot, you're going to be observing a lot of repetition. Well, I don't know how the list code substitution principle works in Rust, but if you guys figure that out, let me know. Now we're drawing, right? I guess that's the D of solid. That is the gist of it. That is the gist of it. We just want that to be a little bit less noisy. There's so much repetition and in the code, right? But by making multiple passes, we are cleaning it up, and it is complicated. It's not complicated. It's a tedium, right? It's tedious to go through and do this, right? To look through this over and over and over again. And when you get tired, there is less brain space to actually dig into this thing and make sense of it, right? But so far, so good. Okay, I keep scrolling up and down like a lunatic. Let's fix this now. Hello, ICS. Buongiorno. How you doing? I bet. Every day, Lob saying. Except tomorrow, I have to go to a birthday party. Yeah, once you get it, and you can sum it up like this, right? So that's what event handling is doing. And then when it comes to the actual runtime, it's look at changes, look at futures, do layout, do position, do paint, and then we do it all again, kind of thing, right? Ah, I will never Italianize again. I'm sorry. How you doing, though, ICS? What have you been up to? Have you been streaming? Have you been doing anything fun? So this is unfortunate that we have to create a new event context here because we run into some situations otherwise, right? With the states. What we could do, per chance, is we could maybe reborrow states. and then do that. But then that's gonna be a problem. All right, I'm not overly frustrated. Yeah, you should do. For those of you who don't know, we're gonna do a jam with this thing, and I think everyone should participate. Give it a follow. Oh, really? Cool. It's pretty good, isn't it, Globo? One day I'll have a real Herman Miller, right? All right, so global event is where we conduct ourselves poorly with the tabs, right? Yeah, so this isn't happening. And why is that? The code hasn't changed. Sounds good. Why I like to hear that. I like to hear that. Simple is good. Okay, so this is probably where it's falling flat, right? Let's put a breakpoint in here. Okay, here we go. Pants. Get back here. There we go. Well, that's not right, is it? Any blur? Okay, maybe it was working. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it wasn't working because, you know, there was a mistake in there. But it wasn't broken in any severe fashion. Okay. There's still an issue with it, but I think we're ready to commit now. Well, oh yeah, wrong code. Wrong code. So yeah, we're good with that. Look at all this red. Look at all this gunk we're removing. That's beautiful, man. Lovely bit of gunk being removed. No, that one stays. That one stays. Now, you definitely have to read the entire code base. The goal is that you'll be able to build with this from just reading the documentation, the guide, right? You don't need to know the innards of things. Absolutely not. Yeah, this one I want to commit. What's this though? Yeah, that's the block again. I thought that was the one we just looked at. Can't have user-friendly code. We'll see. Okay, we have a lot of code we don't need here. Can I just start Vim, please? All right, I'm gonna replace you guys now. Hope you don't feel too bad about that. But I'm gonna replace you with some bacon. Okay. Just so I can have a better overview of this thing. Okay, so let's go into... All right, we're gonna have to go all the way there now. This certainly spread, didn't it? All right, so these don't have to be mutabubbles, do they? Okay, back to the runt. Whoopsie. Back to the runt. Oh, come on, man. What finger am I supposed to push that button with? If not the pink. Oh, the ring finger. No one ever wants to do that. Maybe I should try to type properly today. I said that and I had an instant typo. Oops, 34. What do we got? Component context. Okay. Elements. You heard bacon, right? There's bacon of it. Elements and widget kind. Associated events is not part of that. Untyped context. Whoops. What are you playing tonight, Temporis? Unused variable widget ID. That doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, so why are we doing this twice? Both this and that is dumbassery. That's the technical term. Kick yes. Okay, have fun. Ah, 67. Ooh, this one is never making the call. Vintage story. What's vintage story? Where did the baby go? All right, sorry, I'm out. Is this vintage story? Is it like a Minecraft mod? Minecraft for adults. Ah. Would it make sense to rename event context to event dispatch helper? No, Skylar. I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Once you start using 3 words in type names, you're practically a Java developer, okay? And don't nobody want that, okay? It's my job to protect young and innocent people from this, okay? Skylar? Jokes aside, no, we try really hard to not use 3 words in any type name if we can help it, and function name. Let's see, widget event 67. Yeah, we need to actually call this now. And this is the resize. This is any resize, probably. There we go. So that was good. That would have been a bit of a mistake if we would have missed that. All right, unused widget ID. Okay. Then we get rid of this. Yes. Yes. There's some sketchy business here, okay? Oh no, that doesn't have to be mutable anymore. Nice. All right, now you guys can come back. Hi, how are you? How are you? Yeah, so Java, and yeah, I suspect, right? Event dispatch HT. It's also not programming in the 90s, okay? where you paid per variable character in the variable name, right? Okay. You guys sort of be very civilized today. It's being very quiet and very civil in here. I don't dislike it, of course. I don't dislike it. But okay, we got rid of all the warnings and everything. So now we are done. Here's our cargo check. All is fine. Cargo clippy. All. Okay. The store has 2 clippy warnings. Okay, let's go to the store. Okay, 3 mod 218. Okay. Wow, that was gross to type it like that. Alright, you guys are being replaced again for some bacon. $2018. Let else maybe written with the... Oh yeah, because we have an option now. So these are the nice things when you don't pay attention to it, right? It's easy to miss. It's easy to miss some of these things. Okay, so that's runtime, and runtime. You write something because it has to be that way one day, and then the next day something changes, but you don't really keep up. You don't notice these changes, right? Okay, there's 2 of them. Oh yeah, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted. Events 17. A lifetime can be deleted for the runtime. Okay, nice. What else do we have? Let else and the tree 36. Because we now return an option again. There's no... Some of these typing things is never gonna catch on for me. They just won't. Okay, so Clippy all having a ball, everything's fine. Cargo, nightly format. Yeah, we're good with you now. Git add. Actually, we're gonna do a git commit. Amend. Right. So we're not gonna push this yet. The check brand. Well, if you didn't buy the product actually known as PB2, you can't entirely blame me if it tastes of chalk or is bad, right? But here we go, right? When you get it, 7 grams of PB2, 7 grams of honey, 1 shredded apple, preferably pink lady, and then about 150 to 200 grams of Greek yogurt. It's breakfast. It's before gym breakfast. You sulking? I'm back on Java this evening? Oh no, sorry, Dottie. Ah, damn. Another one gone. Breakfast sounds like that's enough. That sounds hella expensive. What? 600 grams of PB2? Scoop away, a bunch of frozen blueberries, strawberries, and water. Yes, but I would substitute half the water for high protein milk. I only have the unflavored stuff. Man, my back. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys this because I'm really happy. I hurt my back. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, and now it's almost perfectly fine again. I feel like I can go back to work. Lactose intolerant, yeah, that sucks. I can't have too much of it, and like if you have a lot of protein, it has side effects, right? And nothing but social side effects, right? You're gonna be very bloated amongst other things. But no, I have never been into fitness my entire life, right? It's not until I got older that I started moving my body a little bit more. And last time I hurt my back, it took probably over a week for my back to be back to normal. Now it's been like 2 days. I can feel a slight pinch as I'm moving my shoulders, but it's not stopping me from doing things, and I'm very happy with that. Okay, are we ready for the second pass now? Second pass of this, right? Okay, so let's see. What should we do with this? Oh, these functions can all be ignored for now. John works for Helsing. What's this? Why is the careers and open positions? Why does none of this work? What is Helsing? Their website sucks. This doesn't even look like a real company. Everyone's profiting on that. Yeah. What's wrong with that, right? Company. Is this what your office looks like? Thanks, but no thanks. Where did you get... where did you get that John Jang said works for them? Everything's in Germany. Okay, let's continue. How you doing, Bean Jews? I think we don't have to do anything with the stuff that's here. There's only one place. I think we can get rid of this one now. All right, is that some kind of Twitter? Really? Hello, cat peasant. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for gigantifying me. Wait, are we? We're almost back to where we started. Then. Okay, so we're still gonna focus on events. You're already gigantic enough. There you go. Less gigantic. You can see my beautiful networking up in the corner. I mean, I guess we could just loop here, right? No, it's not that straightforward. Yeah, I'll unpack that later. So this has to happen. We have to select the first widget, but we'll come back to that. We'll do the cleanup first. Do you know? Well, down here, I don't care. Upstairs, I put the cables through the walls and the likes. But I had to bunny proof the upstairs because, you know, so many bunnies. What do we need the backend in the event context? What do we actually have the backend for? I don't see us needing this. No, we can take the backend out, right? Oh, because we do this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take the backend out of here. There is no reason for the backend to be on this context. It is not used frequently enough. We do want that, but we do not want that. Whoops. What? 3x. Thank you. Then that's T. So T is now unbound. Oh, I need something fun. That's what I think. Get rid of the back end from there. All right, so where does the back end fit in here? It's the second one of the event context. You better not complain now. That means we can reduce that. That's dealing directly with the back end. Yeah, this is better. Okay. So that got rid of a few lines as well. Are you saying that you don't do that already, Enrico? Do you not have fiber in the walls? What's this thing? Okay, back to this. I think we can safely delete this now. More lines going. So we were on 19,300 lines of code recently. Are you saying you're not your own ISP? See, this is why I need the sign, isn't it? down. Okay, we got rid of 50 lines roughly, I think. Is there anything we can ditch here? Lily, she ate through the fiber cable. Not once, but twice. What a bunny she was. What a bunny. The moment we didn't have a bookcase where we have one now. There was like an opening and the modem was just on the wall. And the most expensive and difficult to get cable for the modem is the little short fiber cable that just goes into the wall. And obviously she just went straight up there and just bit the whole thing apart. I was just sitting there, all of a sudden nothing was working. I was like, what's wrong? And then when I went to look at the the modem and everything, I just saw the cable was in half. Then some year later, we put a bookcase in front of the whole thing, and that's where we have all our game consoles. And I moved the bookcase to take the Nintendo Switch power cable out because we were going somewhere or whatever I was doing. And clearly, I didn't put the bookcase back properly. So she managed to find a little gap where she could go in and then just chew the cable off again, right? Yeah, I have Cat 6 now throughout the house. Yeah, she did not care about that though, right? Hello, Nightshade, how you going? Oh man, I had 1 gigabit up and down, but I didn't see the point in paying for it, so I downgraded instead, right? Cat sick throughout the house. Yeah, keeps everything at bay, right? Okay, this is small and okay. I wonder about the duplication of the vent context, though. The one that we have here. This is entirely because of states. How much are we using the states for this? We could pass the states into this function. And then we wouldn't need this additional one. But that means that we have to pass states everywhere we have this. So right now, this is going to be a problem. And rightfully so, we should use the correct set of states now. So we kind of have to do it this way. But that means that anywhere we have this, any function, we have to pass in states, right? Actually, it's only on this one. Oh no, I reckon states is in the lol context. I reckon states is in the lol context. Yeah, there's the states. So we need the states for it. What? I need more tea. I need more tea. Are you streaming tonight, Cat Peasant? Or are you out having a social life again? Can we write this like this? Or is this thing gonna throw a fit? Because we're moving it, yeah. Could we... No, why would I think that was gonna work? That was embarrassingly stupid. Not even a little bit, Nightshade. "15 minutes, gotcha." Well, then we'll probably raid you when I'm done. Alright, should we stand up a little? Should I fix the cable or... I mean, it's a bit tonto to have to move the whole thing every time, right? not sure yet, don't hesitate. Just sit down, press play on tape, away you go. Make poor choices and record it forever on Twitch. Really? 4? But it's only one of me. I don't understand. Now I'm gonna see who you're watching, who I'm also watching. So Jotson, Jitspo is on. Jotson is still going. Good on him. Now I had this table for a long time, Enrico. I just haven't had it set up for. I haven't had it set up for static for a while. Okay, enough jibber jabber. Let's fix this now. So maybe we can do away with some of the stuff here then, right? No, we can't bloody well do that, can we? If we move this here, then no, that's fine. Okay, so can we pass an event context in here instead then, right? So we're gonna move components, states, attributes, storage, and associated events to the bottom. And then we're gonna compile this and we're gonna move everything in this order, right? Attribute storage, states, and components. All right. It's gonna be fun to go and rename all this stuff. Cat person. Hoppy taste. Although that's not mine either. I had a bunny missing moment yesterday. But it's not really a bunny missing moment. It's that it's the picture inverted. No, you can clearly read this. Right? Now you can clearly read it. Right? What happens is that I remember the bunny dying, and that kind of when my head goes there, I have to sort of just go through it all, and it sucks, right? I'm emotionally done with it, but it kind of pops back in again. That does not. Let's run time. Event context. But if you minimize the video, I can't help you with that. Then oh, that's gonna be south of components. I think we already have an event context in here somewhere. Question is, should we just pass this mutably like so? And in doing so, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, then we just have to get rid of this thing. There we go. And then do we have the event context anywhere here? No, we don't. But we make it here in this tick components function. Oh, right. But because life is wonderful, we can't create that before there. Because the damn context. Shit. Nice save. This is a bit rubbish because this tick component also makes that context. Or it does it in here. So that's a different story. Do we have anything here that is mute? Oh, wow. Everything in here is mutable. All right. Never mind then. Never mind then. Okay, but we're reducing a little bit more code here. So this handle function can now be reduced. Okay. Then do we ever have an untyped context outside of an event context, right? So this untyped context could be this untyped context. So we don't actually need that. It's part of this already, right? So we don't actually need that. And then we could... Do we ever have this untyped context without the event context? Can we now combine these two? Okay, let's have a look at where this thing is being used. We're using it here and that's it, right? There's no more use of this context, I think. It's the same thing here. We just keep copying that, right? That's weird wiring. Earbuds, are they like rechargeable things or? You cancel tonight. That's not okay. You gotta up your game, man. You gotta stream more, not less. Okay, so as far as we're concerned here, we don't really need the untyped context to even exist in this file. Let's go and look inside events for the untyped. So we're not even passing in the untyped. We're not. So, okay, we can get rid of that one then. Oh, tomorrow I have to go for Sunday dinner. What time are you on tomorrow? Oh, there's a whole birthday party and everything. Learn Ace Bright. Oh man, that's great. Finally, we're gonna get some software, some actual engineering happening on Twitch. Good work. Okay, so we can merge the untyped context with this thing. Although we can't because we have to pass this in ship. We do need the untyped context to happen, right? Yeah, the dodger remove. So there are optimizations that we can do that's going to give us a performance boost, but we're not doing them yet because it works and we don't need the performance yet, right? There are other things that we can do. There is one really big one that I'm waiting for all this to be cleaned up and stabilized before I do it. But that's going to be the one thing that's probably going to boost performance the most in most general cases. Because right now, every frame, we're going to go through the tree and do the layout, even if we don't have to. We're going to change all that so we don't do anything. Actually, hang on. That might not be entirely true. Yes, because we're doing tick and there might be nothing to change. So if our change set is empty, we shouldn't do any layout or position or anything, right? This thing is pretty ropey. Okay, then what do we have left? This is pretty good though. Okay, what should we do next? What is the next move with all of this? Obviously, we have all this A-B business, and we're not going to call it A-B. We're going to go and fix that now. That's going to be the component. That's going to be the context. So, context. Context. Oh man, I can't wait to be done with this part. We're not far off to actually be able to release. So there's a bug in Anathema, which is not critical, but it is how error messages are displayed. So that is also something I have to fix. Refactory work. Sounds like fun. Fun on a bun. Refactoring is obviously always fun. Well, it's not counting these as steps, but I am staying mobile. Okay, so is this... this isn't... I don't love this, but... is this good enough for now that we can focus on the other stuff? Yeah, clean up, clean up, clean up. Oh, this is just clean up. All right, so we should probably rename. Okay, 1923 now. Okay, let's find the lol context. And rename this thing. So this is gonna be, what's this gonna be called? This is gonna be the, this is the event context, but I wonder if we already have one of those. Everything's a context. Really, we need better names for things. Yeah, we do need better names. We're not going to call it lol content, but it is inside the events, right? So any event context. That's what we're going to call it, though. Yeah, there's a couple of things you can do, Cat Peasant. I'm happy to share whatever playlists and stuff I have, and obviously, you got to fix your audio, right? Make sure the audio is good, right? And when you look at your audio, your voice was pretty low. But if you can raise it. If you can't, then don't worry about it, right? But just look at your OBS levels when you're talking and when you're playing music, right? So if I show this to you, we can do this maybe. Right, you can look at the audio levels here. So this is my voice, and this is the desktop audio that is coming through with the music, right? So this, if you keep these two at the same level, it gets a bit difficult to follow along what's actually happening, right? So, so something like that. But you can see this is my voice, right? And it's not clipping, right? You're not getting any crazy stuff going on there, but I have a couple of filters on there. I'm happy to talk you through setting these things up, right? I can just screenshot and share this stuff if you want to. I don't know what microphone you have, of course, and how your audio setup is. It's probably going to be a bit different, but still should be something to start with, right? But yeah, your desktop audio, you definitely want to keep that away so it doesn't fill with your voice. I think OBS has docking. I'm running docking through my audio interface. But if OBS has docking, you can enable it, but don't enable it so it's really noticeable, right? Because that is quite distracting, right? It does have it. Yeah, I'd imagine so. But your docking should be barely noticeable, right? You guys probably don't even notice when I forget to turn the docking on or off, right? But it's just taking it down a smidge. I think I have it like half a decibel or a decibel or whatever, right? Yeah, although you can still get decent audio through a cheap-ish microphone if you set up your levels, right? But I'll share my setup. If I've done this in the past, but I can do it again just because, right? If I turn off all my audio processing. Now, let me just go into my microphone. All right, so this is with processing. This is going to be without processing. This is my voice without processing, all right? And now we're going to turn processing back on again. And this is my voice with processing. There's probably quite a bit of punch to the voice that disappears when you disable that. I don't know if you have headphones on so you can actually hear how much of a difference there is there. So docking is basically when you talk, it will lower the music. So it will lower one audio source when you talk, right? On my board, I am mapping the docking to my second USB input. So whatever desktop audio I have gets lowered a little bit when I'm talking. When I stop talking, it goes back up again, but it's not very, you know. Why are you showing me the compressor? But yeah, no, it's all there, right? It's all there. Bruh. What do you want, bruh? Come on, bruh. What up, bruv? It's at the bottom of the page, but why do you want me to look at it? What do you want me to look at it for, Bean Juice? There's no context. You just link it to something. I already have ducking and compression set up, right? Bruh. That is magic, and I study audio processing. Cool. There's never any context to anything you say. The context that you're in the URL, you know? You're in the URL. Okay? Get out of my URL, man. You just never read. I do. I just don't read your nonsense. You, man. Anyway, we do have fun here. Okay. So, what are we going to do next then? We've cleaned up the code. We got rid of a bunch of lines, and this is now pretty much ready to move on to the next stage. We renamed the thing. Let's see what to-dos we have in here. That's the big one. We're not going to deal with that one. This function is rubbish. Yeah, we're going to leave that one for now, even if it's rubbish. Once the text buffer can be read only for the page. Okay, we can wait with that one as well. Do away with this once we have a global. Okay, so should we do the global event handler maybe? No, but you could probably write a carousel if you wanted to, right? You could probably implement that. What is the context? It depends on the context. This is an event context. It's for events. But we just changed the event context to any event context as well, right? Which is very important. But there's a good point to be had in there somewhere. If we look at the tree, and then we look at the any event context, here there are a couple of these things, right? So this is what we're passing in. No, there's nothing we can change here. Oh, we're not building houses, mate. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. I think one day, Bean Juice, you might actually get offended. All right, and I don't want that. All right, I don't want that to happen. All right, let's go back to sitting. Yeah, speaking of Python, right? Cat Peasant, have you ever written in Python bindings? Yeah, the camera is attached to the desk. That was like the whole point of my rubbish purchase today, that I can attach the camera to the desk. But since this thing is so bloody flimsy. It's still shaking. Rubbish. Indentation? I don't know, man. It's pretty indented. No. Python bindings for anathema. Just let it shake. I will do no such thing. You gotta... No, I'm not gonna say that. Never mind. This is going downhill fast. So then the next thing is gonna be the global context. I don't know if we have anything else that needs to be done before the jam. You done with the runtime? Good work. Hello, Janelle. How do you feel? Blazingly fast. I think Skylar's just digging around. poking and prodding. And now that you're done, Skylar, we're going to push this thing. There we go. I'm trying to type properly. No for anathema. All right. Okay, so let's have a look at our actions before we consider merging anything. So we have some broken tests, do we? Okay. Let's see what I broke. That was a long test name. I already did force push its space now. They're just gonna make it pass the test now. Okay, so insert and then with value. The value is already checked out, but it isn't anymore. This function does not check out, so this should just be mute. Funnily enough, the test just shows how much better the code is. Yeah, I didn't add any of these things. We don't have any untracked files, do we? There we go. Why is it mutable? So when it's mutable, in Rust you can't have two values having access to the same thing, right? But with okay, let me show you why this thing is running. Okay, that was a little bit too exciting. So if I give you an example here, maybe. I shouldn't learn to type properly, clearly. Insert. All right, so if we do this, we're going to insert into the root, commit, child, 1 and 2, right? So if we print out, not to panic, if we print out the tree now, okay, there's going to be two values in the tree here. Now the compiler isn't complaining that it isn't mutable. I'll show you why the whole mutability thing is a thing, right? So we have two values in this tree, 0 and 1. We can make them a little bit more legible, right? We'll make this into 1, 2, 3, and then this one to 999. There we go, right? Right, so we can see these two values in here. Now, if this was a vec, which is going to be mutable, where we have a the same values, 1 to 3, 999, right? And we print out the VAC. There's again nothing super exciting happening here. We look at this thing, these are our values. However, what we can do with the tree is we can say tree.with value mute. Now I do believe that this thing's gonna give us keys, right? And if we do, okay, let's unwrap this because there's no reason not to here. Right, so if we do K1 here, then we're gonna get some values here, right? I don't think we care about these values. Well, actually, we do care about this value. And then I think this is the path. No, it isn't. It's probably the, yeah, that's the value that we're actually interested in, right? Okay, so if we check this out, so we're gonna do tree, we're gonna do this again, right? Now I have two values here, value 1 and value 2. I can print out these two values, val1 and val2, like that, right? So, well, that was helpful. Okay, here are the two values. If I try to do this with the vector, right, we're gonna get value 1, which is a mutable reference to v at index 0 and 2 at index 1, and we try to type out v1 and v2 here. Rust is going to complain because we can't borrow this as mutable more than once, right? As a matter of fact, we can even change this. So val1 is equal to val2. This is sort of crazy that we can do this, right? We still can't do this. Now we're going to print out the same number twice because we assigned one to the other. We have two mutable reference from the same data source at the same time. This you cannot do with a vector, right? Which is why we have this kind of syntax, right? However, of course, what you couldn't do is this. You cannot get key 1 and key 1, right? This does not work. It's gonna run, but it's gonna be a runtime error that the value is already checked out, right? So this is why we have this, right? Okay, let's have a look at where this thing is broken now. It's still in the test. There should be. I'm in the middle of committing these things, though, right? Oh, I just did a git add though, right? All right. Now I committed it. We can do a cargo clippy. Should be happy. Looks pretty happy. All right. Let's look at the run. Why is this not running again? Oh, it's the lint then. Okay. So everything's fine there. This is going to be a cargo nightly. Nightly. Too much computer. You can never too much computer. Okay. I think we should be good now. And if we're good now, we can look at the PRs that we have. Although I'm a little bit unsure about Londo's PR. Yeah, Lynn's good. Test is already good, right? Lurk away, hombre. Okay. Let's look at the PRs. Let's see. Documentation should not be a problem. Wow, there's a lot of documentation. Okay. Let's start by doing changes, right? Returns event stop. This function will be called to make sure the backend wants anything to exit. Yeah, maybe we should just make this one redundant. Yeah, the whole backend thing needs updating. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. Paint to an internal buffer. This should not change the screen. Well, actually, this is not true. This is not true for the backend in general. We can't say that, but we're just going to say paint. Actually, we can't even say that. We can't even say that. This is only true in certain cases. Because we don't actually have anything that we're painting to. So let's see where this is used instead. Where are we using paint? Self backend paint, and this thing is on the TUI backend. We can see what this will do, but on the test backend, it will do something different, I think. So this one will just call paint on the widgets. So this is telling the widgets to draw to the surface. That's what it's doing, right? So this is calling the element to draw. And this one holds the surface, no? Yeah. Sunflowers are there for influences to destroy, right? So paint should tell each widget to draw itself to some surface. So that's really what we should say there. So this would be tell each widget to draw, tell each visible widget to draw itself. This is difficult, Skylar. But that kind of is what it should do. But if we look at the test, not test, here, well, actually, here would do the same thing. Maybe this doesn't have to be part of the trait then. I think I'm gonna retract this comment. We'll come back to this thing. Publish the changes to the buffer on the screen. So this is very much up to the implementer. This is more about the cycle we run things in, which is paint for all the widgets and then render and then clear. And clear might do nothing. So this is also not true. Let's refresh. Okay. So this is the test backend, and this is going to be the TUI backend. Yeah, we can leave that one as a to-do. So here, clear does a surface clear, and here it does a screen clear. And then the surface clear here just fills the buffer with empty spaces, whereas this thing will do a little bit more. It will erase a region. Oh, this is tricky. This is tricky. I don't know how we should document this. This is good. Finalize the backend. This is called just before. So we're not going to use the terminology of we. There is no I or you or we. So this is called just before. Actually, where is it called? This is called at the. This is the first thing that's called when the runtime starts, right? This is called when the runtime starts. Use die. This should set the terminal state where it's used. Well, see, there's this is not specific to the terminal. There's no guarantee other function will be called before this. They should not cause a panic. If anything causes panic, we don't have to mention that. Anything causes panic, there is a panic comment on it. I don't think we need this thing either. I think we can take this away too. Why is there a right there? Hang on. Let's approve the run. Thou shalt count to 3, not 2, not 4. 3 is the number. I'm gonna wait for these to run. Skylar, are you here? I was thinking maybe you could merge the current dev branch into your branch first. I'm guessing this is Skylar. If you do that, then the test should pass. They weren't passing before, but that's because I broke them. But if you merge it now, well, if the current dev branch is merged, then this should not be failing if you just written documentation, right? Were you in there? Were you involved? I'm wondering why we're adding writes here. Forgot to push. Okay. It's all good. Why are we adding the write traits here? See, this is also not specific to the TUI. Actually, no, this is in the TUI. You're right. This will only apply when the TUI backend finalize is called. This will... Yeah. Enable an alternative screen. When using this with standard out, it means the output will not persist once the program accesses. This won't apply until runtime run is called. This is very good. I think we're going to skip this. We're going to skip this part. The other part is very good. So we take that out, but we leave that in. This won't apply until runtime run is called. So we're gonna fix this too. We're gonna say enable mouse support. We don't have to say that, because then we're gonna have to do this for everything, and I don't want to maintain that. This is always the question, like what does it mean to enable raw mode? I think this is fine. I think we're going to we're going to throw a little bit more facts in there. Hello, Al. How you doing? Maybe we can say that this is can I not resize the window? Boo. Okay, so this will not apply when the file is cold, raw mode. So we can take this part. Input will not be forwarded to the screen. Or actually, we would say when raw mode is enabled, every key press is sent to the terminal. How should we phrase this? So we don't want to explain what raw mode is, but we want to say how does it differ. It's sent to the terminal. If raw mode is not enabled, the return key has to be pressed to send characters to the terminal. It's kind of dumb, but I feel like we simplify this a lot. I think either you know what raw mode is or not. Yeah, this is good. We're just going to take out some of the other things. Hide the text cursor, that's what we want to say. The full, do we have full stop or not? That is the question, isn't it? Consistency, yeah, we're going with full stop. Okie dokie. Yeah, that's good. Although technically, yes. We should add, maybe we should add the Windows thing there, right? We can go with Q. We don't have to call execute here. And same thing here. And same thing here. Let's check the, all right. Register a component with a runtime. This returns a unique component that can be used to send messages to the component. A component can only be used in a template, even if it won't actually be displayed in the end. So this confuses me. A component can only be used in a template as opposed to what? Even if it won't, oh, can only be used once in a template. Yeah, I think we're gonna take this part out because this is API documentation. So we're basically saying what something is. We don't go into, we try not to go into details with how someone should do something specific. Instead, with API documentation, we're saying this is what this function does and nothing else. We don't volunteer any more information. The additional information goes into things like guides and what have you, right? Register command as a prototype with the runtime, which allows the usage of multiple instances of the component in the template. That's good. This is useful if you want to reuse the, okay, so this is referring to you as well. So we're gonna change that. So this is useful. This is useful for reuse of components we're just gonna say that. Yeah, I don't know. If you don't need this, consider using register component, or yeah, we're not gonna volunteer that information because it's not that it's wrong to give this information, but the information is given in the wrong place, which means we now have two places to maintain the same documentation. So even though we'll take this away, it's good, but we'll take it away just because we don't want to keep maintaining the same thing over and over again, right? So it is good to refer to this. This is well written. It's just too many places where we say the same thing. Register component, this returns a unique component data can be used to send messages to the component. Uses default implementation for the component and component state. So I would just say that this is a convenience function where that can be used when both state and component implements default. Yes, but that means maintaining the documentation twice in two places. So if anything, rather, when things change in the future, we have two places to keep in sync. And as the project grows, it becomes harder and harder. It's already difficult to update the guide, or it was already a lot of thinking to update the guide. And I think this will make it harder. The problem is that we end up leaving documentation that becomes untrue, right? If things changes. So I wonder how we're going to formulate this. Thank you for the follow. So are you... Yes, you got a point, Wairu. You really do have a point. Okay, specifically for these functions that are commonly used. Okay, let's look at this thing. They're still failing, Skylar. Did you merge? I kind of wish I had the option to say merge dev into this, but obviously I can't. Okay. All right. Oh, Skylar, just so you know, you can literally do this on GitHub. There's just click an accept button next to my suggestion. That's why I'm making them into suggestions. So you could just click on them and say, yeah, sure. Specifically for those functions, I think you're right. For the register component, register prototype, we should do that. You found a pretty good bug, Skylar, with the if statement, and I'm thinking about how we're going to solve that one. Yeah, I'm trying to make your life easier by doing this. I still don't know why we're adding right here. No, I do know why we're adding right here, but that should be because of the flush. Why is that not on this side of things? Huh? Wait a second and a half. Yeah. Oh, you don't have to pull them, cat peasant. You just push the button. Oh, okay. All right. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. All right, let's see. Really? I have never seen that happen. And I used to do this all across multiple teams. But because when you request changes, which is the workflow, so we go through all this, then we click request changes. The person will read the changes and go through them. I don't think. Yeah, I guess it depends on which order you do it, right? But I'm a little bit confused by why does this show this as added? Self-output flush. That should be there already in the TUI mod. Why is it not in there? Why are we missing stuff here? Did I undo things? Yeah, this isn't right. This is very strange. This should have this code in it. I must have bungled this. No, that never happens. Writing code in the suggestion is amazing. Yeah, this is really weird. Why is this not in here? Man, that is such an old thing. Yeah, it's leader right bracket, right? Yeah. Thing is, I wrote this and now it's not there. Okay, I must have overwritten my own changes. No, we're not gonna do an amend there. Instead, we are going to show the, okay, so Windows fix. Show cursor before hiding it. Wait, why would I have a pull to do here? Very sketchy, but okay. Okay, let's refresh. Yeah, this thing, I think we won't document this thing because I think we're gonna get rid of it. You had a good observation around that. I think we just get rid of it. So once we add the global event handler, which might be the next step, right? We'll do them. Paint the widgets. Publish the changes to the buffer. Publish the changes to the buffer to the screen. This is also this is part of the cycle. This is not specific to the backend. I'm gonna accept this though, right? I'm not gonna sit here and make you do all these changes, right? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're gonna ditch these parts, but I'll leave it for now. Given that these are, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this should now be part already of this. Register command with runtime. Okay, yeah, maybe we don't do this. We'll delete that comment. Register a component with a runtime. This is a unique component that can be used as a message. Component can only be used once in a template, even if it wouldn't actually be displayed in the end. If you want multiple instances, we should change that to instances. But I can go and fix that later. That's just nitpicky. Okay. So we'll go back. So I'll just do a little bit of poking at some of these things. This we don't have to say because there's no way you can do anything with it, right? It takes ownership of self, so you're not gonna have anything else you can do. Creates a runtime builder based on document and backend. Hotlog is configured on the document. Don't want to say that either. We'll come back to it. Yeah, this should be gone. It just seems like there's a lot of old code in here. This one is a private function, so these ones we don't have to document. You're never gonna get documentation generated for this because it's a private function, right? Resets the runtime throughout all futures, pending changes in values, subscribers, reloads all components. Yep, that's good. You don't want to say resused. Should not say resused. Good old resused. Okay, so the stuff I'm going to look at is gonna be the backend 2 module and the screen. 2 module, 2 screen, and runtime lib. I think that's fine. All right, we'll approve this. If there's anything wrong here, let me just see what it is. I just pull it and be fine. Hang on, this is into dev. Yeah, all right, cool. Then we're gonna do one merge first, maybe. Should we merge the current dev into main then? Oh, what is it? What is it failing on? Oh, the text is malformed. And what is this one failing on? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not ideal. Show cursor and show cursor. All right. Show cursor. Yeah, that should be show cursor and hide cursor. I think you have to merge dev into your branch again. Once you've done that, I will merge it, right? So, okay, let's go back to Londo's example. So this one is all green ticks. So I think we can probably merge this thing and have a look at the button. Okay, but this is now different. Why is it showing different code? For the finalize function. This is clearly not what the dev branch says on hide cursor, right? No, type properly. Let's go and have a look at that. What? Let's go and have a look at this thing. We're going to look at the dev branch. We are going to look at the backend. Where are you? There you are. TUI mod 175-ish. This is clearly different. Why is it not updating this? So if I merge these changes, it's going to do this and throw away what we have. I gotta say, I can't remember that this is how merging used to work. No, there's no merge conflict. There is, it's showing, it's supposed to show the current dev branch. Sounds good, Skylar. This on the left hand is supposed to show the current dev branch, and the right hand side should show the changes, right? Very good, fun guy. Oh, was it you that posted in the Discord? That there is no text. This is pointing to the dev branch, not to a specific commit. All right, let's go back. Oh, you don't have my Discord. All right, because I think it was cat peasant, but I'm in streamer mode, so I don't see these things. It was cat peasant. I thought so, but then when the fun guy talked about Ace Bright Line, I gotta be confused then, right? You do now. Welcome to the cesspool. That's not what I should call it. Welcome to the fun house, fun guy. All right, so we're looking for the checks to pass. Workflow runs completed with no jobs. All right, I might have to just automate this or something, right? Crab Central. That's a pretty good name. Are you going to make a Discord cat pass and then call it Crab Central? It's still failing. And the test is still failing. There's still duplicate definitions of there, Skylar. All right. Trying to implement a few examples for things that are covered by the docs to some extent. I made this example message passing looks like this. Don't look in the Rust section with Discord. I'm definitely gonna go and look in there now. What is the best way to learn? Oh, I read that as Don Ho. I thought it was Don who was posting that. You could use Rust and GDScript together, right? That works. And welcome to Discord, Doro. Okay. Let's approve that run. I'm gonna do. Hang on, let me go and do this. Let me see if I can fix that. So I didn't have to go and approve everyone's run. That's just gonna be painful. And then I can't do it unless there's one pending. Come on, GitHub. Why? Sometimes using GitHub is just not. No, the metaphors and analogies are all terrible. All right, let's see actions. General. Okay, require approval for first-time contributors. So no one is considered a contributor until they have, until it's done once. That sucks, man. We had Perforce at one place I worked, but they didn't pay for the licenses, so we had a mixture of Perforce and SVN, and it was as delightful as it sounds. Not yet, Hencare. It will be very shortly. All right. There are certain bugs that are too glaring to publish to cargo. Okay, so that one worked, but this one did not. Let's see what this thing is complaining about. Okay, so this is gonna be. I really need to write something to save people from having to go through this over and over again. So there is Anathema is already on Crates.io, but it's like a really old version that is very far away from what this is. So it's not worth looking at it just yet. So 0.3.0, I think, will be the official release that we push. I need to write a contribution document as well. This whole thing is just doing my head in a funny way that I would like to not. Let's have a look at the file changes. Excuse me. Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, and the thing is, we could probably just have Git hooks for Cargo Nightly format and Cargo fail to push on Cargo Clippy or something like that, right? Maybe that would be, but then you gotta install the Git hooks. Like, you can't really force people to install Git hooks. So I don't know. So that is redundant. We can take that out. Yeah, we don't have to say that because it's literally the next line. Although, why do that? Emit should not return anything. Yeah, I'm thinking about before we even get there, before we even get things onto GitHub, we can run these things, right? All right, let's have a look, Skylar. Yeah, so I have to click that until I have merged something from you. Then I don't have to click that anymore once you have it approved. Yeah, I have to write a contributing doc. All right, let's see where it's failing. It cannot fail on that again. That is two functions with the same name, right? Unused import. Okay, I'll show you how to save your sanity, Skylar. Okay, there's two things that you run. Okay, in the root, cargo, nightly, FMT, and cargo, clippy, all. And if cargo, clippy, all returns any warnings, it's gonna fail. If you run these two, well, this one you only have to run. This will auto-format it, right? There are things in our cargo, in our Rust format, Tomo, that is not available on. I think it's these ones that are not on. So we can just do cargo FMT. Yeah. So all of these are just whack, right? That's. We can't have unstable features, and if we get rid of that, we can't have format code in doc comments. And if we don't have that, what else can we not have? We can't have group imports. Yeah, there's too much that we can't have. So, yeah, group imports, these ones, I think. Scope debug and variables debug that's unused. That does not sound right. Where are they? That does not sound right. Skylar, that concerns me. Scope debug. Templates, source variables. Oh my sleepy brain. Variables debug. It's not giving me an error for that here. It just feels like you have a different code base than I do. Right? That's what concerns me. Okay, let me do this. Let me just grab yours. All right. Let's go here. And let's copy this. And let's go to temp. Gonna git clone this. And no, wrong anathema. Oh no, there should be a button where you can click to merge with. What does this do? No. There should be a button here where you can click to merge with the dev branch. I need to get the screenshots in as well. But that's on my to-do list. We have to make some really cool stuff. So right now we have a really nice screenshot from Hakyo that I want to, that is, and it's up to date. So if I do a if I do a diff between templates, source, variables, and projects, Rust, Anathema, templates, source, variables. Then I don't understand why these would be failing. Why are the checks failing? All right, we'll do a cargo clippy all. It's not. It's not failing. Whoops. It is complaining on your end, but it's not complaining on the thing. This is your branch. I just pulled your code in. There is no Clippy complaints here. And cargo nightly check is also not complaining. So this should be fine. I am confused. I am very confused as to why this is happening. The thing, as I understand it, different Rust versions, interesting. But saying that though, Acton, that should not happen on the CI pipeline though. We should be using the latest version here. Let's do an approve and run. It's just bizarre. It shouldn't be an issue. Soon I'll just merge these things and then I untangle it. Yeah, that should not be an issue. All right, we'll see what the CI says now. The tests are passing, but the lint is not passing. All right, you know what? I'm just going to go through, merge this, and I untangle this on my end. Don't worry about it, Skylar. Okay. Paint the widgets, publish changes. All right, so we're going to go through and make some... Can you cherry pick from here? So this is now just showing documentation changes. Nothing else. Why has this changed though? But don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Yeah, let's just approve this thing. I'll approve and go with it. Don't worry about it. Let's just merge it. I'll fix it on my end. What a strangeness. All right. Now I better pull all right. So this thing, well, now it won't do anything because we just did that, right? And this thing should be fine. Yeah. Okay, so let's go into the back end. Oh, wow. Yeah, new lines. We don't want to say that. Hide text cursor. Good enough. Wait, where is show cursor? No, that's not here. Got it. Okay. Right. I was like, what? All right. Continue tab and create the TUI backend. Whoops. Yeah. Good work, Skylar. Good work. Not sure why these things happen. So now we're committing to having full stop after every comment, which is actually quite annoying, but we'll just go with it. No, I think I wrote down. Hello, Cybergenic. How you doing? No, okay. You know what? I'm gonna be very loosey-goosey with the full stops. It's gonna do my head in otherwise. Okay, there we go. You picked up some coffee, but you forgot you picked up coffee? Brush your teeth with coffee, and it will cancel out any effort you've made. Or maybe today is the day you stop drinking coffee, right? Show those coffee makers who's boss. Can't say that. So we should instead talk about when these things run. The cycle here. So we have render and clear called directly after render. So clear is called immediately. Called immediately. Oh, can I please? Can you please spell for me? I'm handicapped. Come on, man. All right. No. There we go. No. Where is the spell good? Sorry, no suggestion. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted to do. clear. All right, set spell, and then fix my spelling. There we go. That was very bad spelling of immediately. Clear is cold immediately after render is cold. Okay. Finalize the backend. This is cold when the runtime starts. Publish the changes to the bub. See, that we can't say. This is instead we can say cold at the end of the frame. Which is kind of meaningless, but we'll go with it for now. Let's see what paint is called. So paint is going to be called there. So we're going to do this for all the widgets and then all the floating widgets and then... So we could say paint select the widgets to a surface, but that is also not true because there's nothing enforcing that is happening. It's just when it's called, really. So this is called after all the events and everything is done, but there's not really much we can say. So I think this is fine. All right, so what files were changed now? So your things should now run without me having to deal. Okay, so we have backend source lib. Yeah, that's the stuff we just looked at. Then we have the TUI mod. I think we looked at that as well, right? Yeah, we looked at this as well. This looks good now. And then we have this thing. We fixed that. Runtime builder. This is in the runtime. Let's go and look at the runtime. You're building too many houses, Janelle. Too much house building. Shit, I gotta go to sleep, man. I'm super tired. This returns a unique component that can be used to send messages to the component. Right, runtime builder. That's what we need. Registers a component with a runtime. This returns a unique component that is used to send message because there is no other use case for it. A component can only be used once in template. Even if it wouldn't actually be displayed in there. So that one is a bit confusing. So we just say that if you want multiple. If you want multiple instances, register the component as a prototype instead. C, register prototype. There we go. It's very dry and boring language in documentation. Register a component as a prototype with a runtime, which allows for multiple instances of the component to exist in the templates. Then I have to say why that's useful. Register a component with runtime. As long as the component and the associated state implement default. This is a shortcut for calling runtime. That's a thing. Register component name template default. Well, actually, we do the component default, the component state default, which of course this should be split across multiple lines, otherwise this is painful to read. Like so. Whew. So we don't have to say this, uses default. We don't have to say that. Don't have to say that. There we go. Don't want to run it. Returns the runtime emitter to emit messages to components. To send messages to component, otherwise it's good. Builds the runtime. This will remove the ability to edit. We don't have to say that. Fails if compiling the document or creating the file watcher fails. Yeah, I guess we can. If we're doing that, then we should specify this with an errors, right? A runtime for Anathema needs a backend and a document. Creates a runtime builder based on the document and the backend. Okay, yeah, we're gonna remove that. That's document specific. Right, this thing I thought I'd remove that, but whatever. Handles component messages for ideally at most half of a tick. This must have been written by me because it sounds stupid. No, that must have been written by me. I shouldn't have said it was stupid. I didn't mean that. Hello, SM. No, I know. This was written somewhere else in the documents, was it? That. Okay. Oop. Yes. Okay. So that doesn't need documentation, but that's fine. We'll leave that. This thing would just tries to be the first widget tree or throws an I hope you didn't take offense to that. All right, I didn't mean it. Okay. Tries to be the first widget tree or throws an arrow. Yeah, that doesn't happen. Repeatedly calls have taken until rebuild is set to true or an error occurs. We should not mention this. This is very unnecessary to mention. There we go. Do you want to attempt to do that, Skylar? Do you want to attempt to implement this? We definitely don't have to. we're gonna put to do set focus on the first widget component. There we go. Food and fitness, we've had that for a long time. Nice. What is this? Cast iron pan cookery. What's the herbs on there? It's like a salsa verde or... pork roast. Nice. Yeah, that's completely isn't it? Oh, viewport. No. There's no viewport anymore. It's called overflow now. Good spot. We'll see to that one. Thank you so much. Okay. There we go. Absolutely, Skylar. Just give me a second. Simon and Garfunkel spice them up? Okay. We really don't have to say this. It's literally the first thing that we do here, right? Reloads all components. Moves all components from the tree back to the registry. Recompiles document. Yeah, I think that's fine to say that, right? All right, I'm almost done with this. Pull and keep consuming events while there are events present in the queue. The time used to pull events should be subtracted from the pull duration. I don't think we have to mention that. And it shouldn't do it, it will do it. So that is happening inside handle message instead. We can say that though. Although, where is there any evidence of that happening here? That would be somewhere else. Sometimes, Spanky. Sometimes. This is good. We'll leave this in. Yeah, that one. Remove attributes from widgets. Not all widgets has attributes, only elements. We don't need to say that. We do need to keep that and this. Find the parent widget and get the position. If no parent element is found, assume position 0. Yeah, this is all fine. I'm reviewing all comments, even ones written by me. All right, so then we're done. Whoops. Let's just have a look at this. This is now overflow. Yep, that's fixed. So this was the runtime, yeah? Looking at the wrong file, yeah. Okay, then I can add. Whew. All right, Skylar, give it a whirl. Your stuff should now run without me having to manually do it. Okay, so let's look at this one. So this one is a bit confusing. Are you in the chat right now, Faria? All right, cool. Do you want to make sure that you go here and pull the latest one in, and I will review the changes. So this is fine. We have a component ID, which means we're using the midterm for this. Fetch and pull that bad boy. Yeah, we don't have to say this. Oh. Refresh. Nice, good work. Okay, then let me just quickly look through. Okay, all this is now, all right. None of this is touching an existing code, right? Then I can easily review this thing. Good work. So if the left mouse button is down, and this should affect both drag and press. Also, good use of this thing. I should have used that myself the other day when I did something dumb. I forget that everything exists. Why do I have 2 of these now? It's like they're growing out of my hair. And then back and events. There we go. And let's be some kind of mouse thing. Alright, apparently not. So this is mouse event. Where's mouse event? Right, mine. My brain is still asleep though. Is this our mouse event? Yeah. Ah, ship. So I think this is wrong. Yeah, so it should be this or mouse state drag mouse. Oh, just let me type, brain, come on. All right, so this should fix things. Oh, sensible, Jonil. Sensible. And so that should be, because otherwise it doesn't work when you hold the mouse down and move it. And if we do that, then we should obviously just LSB. That would be LMB and RMB. Left mouse button, right mouse button. I definitely am not alive for this. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Wait, what am I doing? There we go. We can even have MMB. Which I think we're getting a bit silly with that now. Left side button, right side button. Yeah, maybe. Should we find out? CSS. All right. Okay. Let's get on with it. So if the left mouse button is down, then we're going to grab the element at the position by attribute ID button. Nice to see this now. It wasn't possible to do this before, so you had to grab the element at there, and then you have to use the attributes to filter and do nonsense. And if it's if there is one, then we're gonna omit this. Isn't the first result? It's not even the first, I guess you mean page, right? But it's not the first result and it doesn't exist. Okay, so this actually makes sense, right? I do think though, that we should place everything in one file, mainly because when you are looking at and for examples in projects, you're generally looking inside the examples directory, and you don't really want to click out of here and go and find another file. It's not very convenient. Hello, Prevan, how you doing, buddy? It's more convenient to have too much stuff in one file than having to click around different files though. So I think maybe we should smoosh it all into one file. But this makes sense. So while the mouse button is down, on that button, it's going to emit a message. That's pretty good. All right, so we have the back end. We need the mouse, very good. Get the runtime. You can absolutely use unwrap in examples and test. It's fine to use expect. It's all good. Is it because it's on fire? Register component. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, you can totally use unwrap in examples and test, right? Ooh, oh man. That was not the right emote. There we go. You can have some kisses as well. I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. All right. Okay, let's look at this thing. So we have a message state. Anathema's runtime handles sending the messages to the right recipient. So we only need to handle what to do when we receive a message. Imagine having some more involved logic here. Like, all right, we don't have to say this. You can take this one away. I'll make a suggestion though. Then we just ditch that. All right, nice one. So we push back messages. So the only thing I would say here is that maybe we should make the messages. It's timeless. It's timeless classic. Let me have a look before I say anything more dumbassery. Maybe we should have like a message counter. Nah, it's fine. I'll fix that. I'll deal with that. So because now it's gonna squirt out a lot of messages, and I'm thinking maybe we need. No, don't worry about it. I can do that, right? Like the only change I have for you is to remove a comment, a part of a comment. So when we get this is going to fill up very quickly. So if we were to add numbers and then just pop when we reach a certain point, it should be okay. Well, all right, let's have a look at the other PRs. Oh man, this is just like being back at that job again. This is what I was doing all the time. And I didn't get to write a lot of code. Oh, I'm guessing that's Rust format. We don't care about that. Good work. Yeah, all of this stuff is just Rust format, isn't it? Wait, does this say that it has added one? All right, never mind. No, I was so I was doing a little bit of everything. I was writing Rust code, but I did a lot of code review, and I was in charge of things like. So when programmers write code, they're not necessarily that concerned about the quality of the code they write. They're more concerned about solving a problem. So you do things like add references to references and things like that. You don't think about it, right? It's just these small mistakes, right? So basically it was just a paid clippy, right? But jokes aside, you don't necessarily always think about the code quality. And code quality only ever goes down. It doesn't go up really, right? You read more code than you write, yeah. So I was doing a lot of code reviews and making a lot of suggestions when we should do one thing or another. I feel like I was a better programmer back then than I am now. But yeah, they kind of wanted me to be more managerial as well. And I was like, nah, we don't want to do that, right? Okay, hang on. Why am I not seeing this thing, right? So this will not call finalize. So we're not calling finalize again. So if this was supposed to match this, then that should be in there. But I don't know why we would call finalize again. I don't think we need to call finalize again. So probably good that you didn't call finalize again. I just wondering, why didn't I do this in the first place? Why would I have gone with a recursive function? But there is no difference. So we have internal run. And if we have an error, then we're going to show that. And we're going to run that again. Here, we're going to change this to break. But this looks fine. We'll prove this. Yeah, but recursive functions are bad in Rust because Rust doesn't have tail call optimization. So there is a disadvantage to it. Normally, it's not a problem if you're writing a parser or something like that. So in general, every recursive function you have can be rewritten as a loop, but with some brain energy applied to it. But it's not that bad to do recursive functions most of the time, right? Okay, so let's just try this out. So we can go to ROM and run this thing. Come on, hands. I hate my hands sometimes. I don't remember what this thing does, but all right. So if I go and change something in the template now, yeah, this is fine. Honestly, no. What? Oh, recursive functions. What list? Oh, this thing. Yeah. This is an experiment. This is an experiment to do something. It's a list of maps, and the maps contains lists of maps, right? So it's a vec of a hash map containing vecs of hash maps, kind of, right? That's like, what list? Yeah, this is fine. It's nice. This is good. All right, that means we have 2 PRs left. We're waiting for Wairu. All right, run cargo FMT. Run that, and it should format, and this should be fine. Please steal away. Okay. Let's look at Londo's buttons. So many changes in here that I want this. I don't want these things. I don't want that. I don't want this. I really only want the examples. Are you here, Londo? Oh man, I want to go to bed too. Okay, so there's really only 2 things that I want from this. I made chicken tinga today, but I didn't take any pictures of it. Separate commits, just drop the ones you don't want. Sleep on stream. Yes, I have been there as well. I think maybe if they're done, you're just overworked from your studying, right? I mean, how much time are you going to school full time, schooling yourself? Then maybe the programming stuff is overwhelming, and there are reasons for it, right? Some people take a break for it from programming. I did for a long time. No, I didn't. I'm lying. I didn't take a break for a long time, but I took a break for a while, and I did another hobby. Just play music, go for walks, play with some other hobby, painting, photography, whatever, right? Go fishing, do something different. And if you have the time for it, go to the gym, right? And if programming isn't something you feel is a priority, then don't try to force it to be a priority, right? There's nothing wrong with not being interested in programming anymore, right? I mean, sometimes that feeling scares me because I've been a programmer my entire life. I literally started as a child and I always wanted to be a programmer. And I find it really, the moments when my interest in programming has been waning has been around depression and things like that, right? Personal crisis, whatever it's been, and I've not felt like programming has been, and it made me a little scared that I would lose interest. But no, there is nothing saying that we have to be programmers, right? Still here, Doddy. Still here. All right, exciting. Maybe we can merge one more pull request today. Londo isn't answering on Discord, so updating the PR. There we go. All right, let's have a look. Now I have to push the button. Come on. Do you know what's wrong with it? If it's not about being overwhelmed about what it is that you want to do, it could also be the case that you've plateaued and you're stuck. It's not you plateaued and you plateaued for good, right? You're stuck because you end up doing the same thing over and over again, right? And you don't actually drive yourself forward. So the next steps would then be to figure out what the next logical steps for you is then, right? Maybe you need to go to something like start looking at something more complex. But it's again, it's entirely personal. I don't think everyone has to be a programmer, right? Nice. Very nice, Wiry. Very nice. Let's go a quick review and then we'll just merge this. So message passing, all in one file, 2 ammo files. Very good. I'm going to go and clean up the examples now after this. This thing looks good. Let's just merge this. Bop, bop. Approved. Merge. Confirm merge. All right, let's pull. What would you like to do with programming, right? Because there's obviously quite a lot that can be done with programming, but it can also be difficult, right? What would be meaningful to you, right? What do you envisage yourself being able to do, right? If you could eat a cake right now and it gave you 20 years of programming experience, what's the first thing you would build other than a machine that makes more of this cake? Using NeoVim, Joey. Okay, we're gonna dig into this a little bit. Yep, we don't have to say that. So this thing should not. Yes, this thing does return a result. So instead of doing that, which will get rid of the warning, we're going to be a bit more obvious and unwrap here. Is it grape cake? It can be any cake you want. It's a metaphorical cake. Well, no, the cake has already done that for you. I don't think we have to say that. That's also implied, so we're going to leave that. Ooh, we should not use the prelude here. In that case, we're going to change this to use anathema prelude. I think it's okay. No, it's not okay. Where does the context come from? Let's do this. And widgets, components, like that. Crowd apps or websites. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. That is a space that is just full of fatigue, right? Try something else. Let's see. What would I recommend? How about some networking, right? Because we're not going too far away from website. Websites are powered by TCP IP, right? I mean, you have TCP connections between the web browser and the server. How about exploring a little bit of networking, right? Build something to send messages between two computers or something, right? I think when you get to a game, an emulator maybe, but you're going to want graphics. And a game, you're going to want graphics. And graphics programming is more than just understanding the APIs. There's a lot of math and such in there as well. So I think that's quite a lot, right? Most programming is fatigue. I don't think so. I think if you exist in the space of the web, you are constantly chasing some imaginary monkey, because working as a web developer is like trying to watch every video on YouTube. It's just impossible. It's an endless onslaught of rubbish just piling up, and you have to filter through this rubbish while you're also being productive and doing things, right? I think when you look at other things, when you look at programs that we use on a daily basis, like a web browser, like a terminal, like OBS, these are programs with longevity. These are programs that people work on for a long period of time. They exist to add value. They continue to exist and be updated, and people keep working on them. And it's not like 6 months have passed, burn it all down, build the new things, move on. Okay, there's a new framework. We're going to try this thing. It's supposed to solve a problem. It's going to make everything easier. Okay, we're going to save 1 week for every new project we start with this thing. Let's do that. Okay, 3 weeks has passed. This is now obsolete. We're going to move on to something else, right? Yeah. But the thing is, remember to do the things that interest you, right? I think like a basic chat application would be really interesting, right? And if you're on Linux and you feel like diving into things like ePul, you can do some pretty amazing stuff with that, right? I don't need to be rickrolled, Privan, although now is a good time for it since I'm so knackered. Swedish whiskey. I heard that Sweden produced a whiskey back in 2003, maybe. Which is interesting. But obviously, the only thing that is second to Scottish whiskey is Japanese whiskey, because they adopted the Scottish method of making whiskey. It's all good, Ethereum. Just remember to enjoy yourself. Don't push yourself to do something you don't have to do. SPA. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and we're gonna have this. We're gonna bring this in as well, right? But we're not gonna use into the prelude stuff. Yeah, that's also interesting to wire. Very good. Oh, you okay? Very clever. Yeah. For some reason. Oh, okay. So you're pushing it there. Okay. I was gonna say just do the count on the sender end. That doesn't matter. All right. Should we run this thing? Should we try this out? This is pretty good. All right. I can already see a game here. Okay. I can see a game where you're supposed to get to a specific number, but we have to run it faster. Okay. All right. So here. Nah, it's too easy. It's too easy. It would have to. Something has to happen that makes you do it. So it's still not going to be that fast. We're generating a lot of messages. I'm glad we're popping this though, right? ¿Qué es eso? Oh, window manager. Nice. XCB. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so we're obviously gonna undo the dumbassery that I just did. Good, very good. Oh, totally, man. You reran the test. There you go. Perfection, man. You've understood software development in a nutshell now. So we merged. We only have one PR left now, right? And that's Londo's PR. And I need him to merge dev in here. It's so annoying that I can't do that. Can I not? Will this fix it? Will that fix it? No. But actually, yes. This one I just don't want. I think that kind of fixed it. All right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to fix all examples. So we're going to go inside templates. We're going to make templates basic. We're gonna make message not parsing, and animate. All right, there we go. So let's go into templates and fix all this. So animate goes in there, basic goes in there, message parsing goes in there, and messages goes in there. There we go. Message passing. I am almost a functioning human being. Good grief. Almost certainly wire. Yeah, I broke the basic stuff. Hang on. Yes, okay. So that's an issue. We need this to be able to run from here. All right. All right. Let me fix that. This message passing example. We'll do the wrong example. There we go. Okay. Cargo nightly format. Code clippy. All good. Examples have their own for templates in case they need more than one. There we go. What else do we have to do? So so we're gonna do a jam with this stuff soon. Yeah, I think I'm pretty cooked as well, cat peasant. You don't want to take over then, do you? Okay. What should we do? I'm kind of thinking there's like a million simple games we can build, but I'm too tired to build anything. Maybe we need another. Maybe we need another widget. A simple incremental clicker game. Yeah, that should be simple enough, shouldn't it? Build BTOP. No, that already exists, called BTOP. I don't think I have BTOP installed now. But I did my HTOP thing, although it didn't look that fun. Should we Yeah, totally, Wire. Because of the associated events, we can do that now. T-top, top, pop top. So one of the things that we have to agree on, Wire, sort of as a community-ish, is gonna be, all right, have a good one, mate. Thanks for hanging out. Is how we structure and organize third-party components. So I started like maybe we can start that now. I started doing like an input text field is very important with a cursor. I don't know. Maybe we do this. So cargo new lib. Now, what do we call this thing? Anathema contrib? Is that too Pythonic? Oh shit. Oh, that's widgets and bits. So we could call it components, but is that a bit misleading? Should we call it extras? Maybe we call it extras. Yeah, I don't think components is a good name because you are creating components. This is not all the components, right? I think we call it extras. And what we do is we have to come up with a way to contribute to this thing now, right? So let's make a new... so not sure how we're going to organize this though, but it has to have a structure. Every widget has to be a module, and it has to be possible to override the templates for these things. So we have to make this part of the runtime that you can override the template for a component or third-party component, right? Or do you have to be able to do that? We have the placeholder. We have the slots that you can do things with, right? Just write it down in the markdown file first. I think I'm gonna build something, and then I think I'm gonna build something and then see what modifications I want to do with it. I'm a little bit too practical to know, right? So let's make a directory here called input. And then in our lib file, we're gonna have a pub mod input, and then we're gonna have a new source input. Really? Didn't I? Apparently not. There we go. Pub struct input. I'm good. How are you? I'm going to make this into a component. Hello, Chris. Hello, Smathy. So we're just going to have a value that is a string here. I would chalk this down as a colossal waste of your time, unless, of course, you find some entertainment for it. What's my worst nightmare? I don't know. Hello, Max. You have a challenge method, gotcha. Okay, so we have to do... Oh no, we have to add anathema to this thing. But what should we add here? To crack your own Wi-Fi password. Just look at the bottom of your router. Ship. Which directory? Okay, we're good. Let's do this. Come on, man. All right, so we should be able to do this now. Okay. What's programming school? So we could emit a blur event here and a focus event. That could work. Probably should. I don't know. Tick we do not need. Messages we don't need. Resize we don't care. We're not going to receive any events, and this is going to be default, I think. But then how do we disable these things? Okay, that's hard to say what we're gonna do here. So questions we need to answer. Okay, we should probably just have like an on click. We can have like a clicked event. But most importantly, it's going to be the key event. We also need to have a template for this, but that cannot be a hot reload template, unfortunately. So instead, we have to do this in some other particularized way, right? Where we... Well, this is where overwriting a template would have been useful when prototyping this stuff, though. Although most of this is going to be dependent on the events anyway. For the actual template itself, we have to have like a means to register. So we need like a third-party component trait that we're gonna implement. So what functions do we need on a component, external component trait? We need override template. We need maybe that's really all we need. Default values. I have a button that can receive an external state. Padding. I can do padding, but I would be cool with padding or two. It does make sense, Byron. Hello, Pepper. How you doing? Trait with React hook style functions. I am idiot man. That's not what I was gonna say. So okay, so we need to do quite a lot of work here. So we're gonna import input state. We need this to have a template in such a way. We're gonna do a new source input.aml. And then here we're just gonna have text value followed by this has to be inside a container. Very good. There has to be a container for this where we have a height of 1 and a width of 1. This is going to be in a position which is going to be, so this is going to be tricky because we're going to have to do the overflow thing as well, right? How does a container work? A container accepts as most one child, a container element. Yeah, but does it size itself around the child? No, oh my God, that was such a dumb question. Okay, so the position has to be left. Ooh, okay, so should we make this possible to be a multi-line text input as well, right? Very good, Pepper. Very enjoyable, I'm sure. So we're gonna have X and Y. Then they can just be 16 bits. Welcome back, Temporis. Man, you're up late, Tempe. Hello, Yusef. So for this thing, we need a C stack. So we can have this thing mapping to the text. But we have no means of checking the lines for this thing. Yeah, maybe it's just me, right? Okay, it's relative to its own, to itself. Got it. Yeah. I think everyone should become early birds. Although then people would be out when I want to be alone in the morning, so maybe not. Okay, so we're kind of building this up, and I'm making a mistake here, right? We should really be doing this thing in such a way that we could use hot reloading. So what we should do then is at a main function here, where we can now load the index. We're gonna do a little bit of this. Let's use no, let's do a mod input here just for testing purposes, right? Let's do just do an input like that. So as a matter of fact, you know what? Let's just do away with that. Let's just have the input, right? Oh yeah. Okay. There. What was it about it that didn't work for you, Easy Forever? No, if your room is bright, it's not a problem. But if your room is dark, if you're sitting in this, then night mode is going to be a sharp, unpleasant experience. Okay, we have to draw the cursor, which means we have to set the cursor. Now, can we override from the outside, or does it work the other way around? Yes, it does, Macabu. And was it Doddy that made an LSP for it? Which I think is pretty cool. I don't know what we're going to do for the cursor. I feel like I have to fix something there. there's a cursor now. But if we don't have anything there, it doesn't seem to draw the cursor. That's a bit weird. I didn't think it's gonna go crazy with it now. Have a good sleep, Enrico. Where do you get like the information stuff from, Dottie? Do you just pull it from the source? I don't know how it works. Does it get it from like the Rust source or? Why are we not getting anything from this one? That's just gonna be 0. I don't get this. Why do we see the cursor if we draw something? I guess maybe we have a min width of 1 and a min height of 1. Oh yeah, they're underscore now, aren't they? Kebabs be gone. Still not showing up. Does the C stack even have that? Oh, that's cool, Toddy. Yeah, well, I think it's more comparatively though, Rebel Decibel. Like, you can learn Python a lot faster than... Most people would learn Python a lot faster than they would learn Rust. I'm a little bit baffled by this. Why is this container not showing up? It is. It's because there's nothing to draw. I think it's drawing outside of anything. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of confusing. All right, we'll come back to that one. Oh yeah, it's a massive language, a large standard library, right? Python standard library is impressively large. Sorry, I'm kind of sleepy. All right, so input, let's receive some events. So on key, what we have to do, the first thing we're gonna do is just state dot value dot. So if we have to know where the cursor position is, right? So we're gonna do this. I guess we can have debug or debuff. No issue there, right? Good work, Priven. See, it's like a shortcoming of Google's crab platform. So we're going to base the cursor on our local position. And this is where things are going to get absolutely fantastic, because we have to do things like Unicode width. Unicode width there. Unicode width. What did I do? What did I type? Oh. Right, there we go. I've contributed to the Rust book under a different name, but that my contribution was probably like changing one letter or something like that, so it's not worth it. I think Londo has contributed to Rust, or Rust Analyzer, one of those. But no, I don't think so. I kind of just like the language the way it is, and I just go with it. I don't have like strong opinions. I think people who have strong opinions about the language should do, they can become contributors. Maybe they can implement specialization eventually, and we can just get on with that. Hey, but you know. Okay, so we need a cursor. We also need a cursor index. And I think it's because most people don't use explicit return Macabu. It's not really that common. It's a bit of an anti-Rust thing to do. And it's kind of it's one of those things. I just say, just give in to it and you'll get used to it, right? I get you. Well, it makes sense, but then again, at the same time, it doesn't make sense when you have the last expression is always returned. And I think once you start to think about everything in Rust being expressions, with the exception for like let bindings, right? But then all of a sudden the implicit return makes more sense and you stop caring, right? I have strong opinions, Rebel, but not on language design, right? So there's like a lot of people have very strong opinions on what the language should be and how the language design should be, and missing features and all these things. I don't care that much about them. I kind of just use the language the way it is. It basically, I can solve all my problems with it. So I don't have any unique. I mean, I've wanted upcasting for some things and what have you, but I can work around all these things, right? I don't think so. You what? It makes Rust code more uniform. And this is another reason to use implicit return Macabu, because everyone else does it. And when everyone else writes code the same way, it becomes more legible to read other people's code, right? Hello, Don. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? Cool. Isn't it your bedtime, Don? How you doing, buddy? What are you up to? No guessing. It's truth. It's truth, mate. It's facts, right? It shouldn't be that shouldn't happen, because the return should be at the end, right? Unless you have like a massive code block. New job, nice. Congratulations. Work from home. Oh, that's cool. Will you be streaming your work? Building a new office. Man, do you want to pop over and build mine as well? I gotta get rid of some stuff. What about context managers and yields? Those I assume have follow-up code after return type. What's context managers and yield in Rust Rebel? Military stuff. Oh, boo. And here is a missile I made out of cake. Now, there's no yield in Rust right now. There's a keyword, but you can't use it. Sometimes, yes, Macabu. That is correct. So if you're doing something like, let's say that you have a function with input. They get some input. There is an option of some value. And you're going to say match on input. And if it's none, then we're just going to return 0. This I understand, right? Here I can understand why you would do something, right? But then you wouldn't use it here, right? Well, and you wouldn't because you're assigning it to calc, right? And then calc times calc, right? Right. So here, this makes sense, right? And it doesn't matter if you put the return here or here, right? That's all right. Ripping down walls, nice. Sheetrock, electrical, the whole gamut. The most excitement I got was I bought a new saw blade today for my chop saw. That's all I got. And this is so I can put on an engineered floor in my kid's bedroom, right? There's no excitement here. We're gonna move, so the wife doesn't want me to do any more DIY because the house value keeps going down when I do. Yeah, you have to return if you're not gonna assign, right? Well, the only thing that I can think of that isn't an expression Wairu would be a let binding, right? I do, Macabu. I do want to see that. But there is no such thing as nothing being returned, right? Even if I did this and put a semicolon here, you still return something. Right? Right? We still have something here, right? I can say let equals calc now, right? Oh, you gotta create as well. It's a web server, is it? Or root for web server? All right, now it's a web server. Actix, scammer templates for your fancy outputs. Configuration. You don't need lazy static anymore. Well, it depends on what Rust versions you support, but this one is not necessarily needed anymore. MongoDB, because you don't want to store the data, you don't want to keep it. Peg parser. Request for making request. Rise scripting, okay. Bit of 30. Smart strings probably does something like put string data on the stack if there's more than 24 bytes. Yeah, call it. Term caller. So you got term caller and wasn't that also colored? Regex, gotcha. Well, you can't say let X equals let Y. But yeah, my knowledge around that is a bit sketchy, so I'm not gonna say it's definitely not. All right, okay. Let's have a look at the source. Yeah, this one you don't need anymore. So, okay, that's a content type. Gotcha. So this content type does not implement try from stir. I don't know if it is or isn't, so I shouldn't say that with certainty, right? It's returning the same value for both. So this is kind of redundant. This could become one string. This is, so I talked about this earlier, right? So part of my work at one point was to review other people's code. And when you're solving a problem, you're not necessarily thinking about what you're doing. You're kind of in the mindset of solving the problem. So it's completely okay that we write code like this. We probably shouldn't keep code like this, why we have code reviews, right? But it's understandable why code like this happens. Let's put it like that. All right, so we got a vec or an option of vec strings. Couldn't this just return an empty vec then? So vector split. So we need the length of that's y, okay. So if they differ, right? I don't know, because I'm not seeing where this is used yet, but I get the feeling that this could just return an empty vec. You're not saving any space anywhere. We're using an option and none. You're still gonna have the option take out the largest, the space of the largest variant, right? I don't think I can use safe. No. So if we do that, then we can take these two and just zip them together. And then we're going to say if let's since you're returning none here, this could use the question mark operator here. If placeholder value is not empty, then we push the placeholder. To string into. Okay, we can't just go, but we have anyhow, so I feel like that should be used. Some libraries include reference to test. Not sure. Can you show me an example, Rebel? Okay, we're checking if this thing exists. So this isn't, it's a bool, yeah. If the collection exists. I know, Privan, I'm so tired. But if I go to bed, I have to wake up again. And my back's going to be all stiff and terrible. Something evil lurking in the dark? Well, I mean, I married her. I can't complain, right? This isn't the worst code I've seen, right? Yeah, so I pull the back muscle and it's like extra horrid now. I'd say there's like isn't anything super awful about this. Let's see, what do we have here? Where is the URL segment coming from? I'm wondering why we're not returning a string slice instead. Why are we returning an on string? But it's all regex nonsense. It gets worse around line 400. Oh my god, and I'm already completely zonked in the brain. And then there's like a bunch of MongoDB specific stuff and Arrive scripts. But I don't know, right? Let's look at line 400. But I don't think it's that bad. I was kind of expecting something worse though. Although this we have to talk about. Nah, sometimes it's fine to intentionally leak memory. I'm not seeing anything like super bananas, right? And you don't need these extra brackets. There's like a bunch of things that Rust format would have done, right? going for gold with the nonsense here. Oh man, I'm too tired to unpack this. So this should probably import as ref path as well, so you have more versatility in the function. But yeah. I'll read it today. Nice. But I was expecting something a lot worse from that description, right? I thought like we're gonna see the end of days here in the code, but no. One of the things that I got from Elm was don't be afraid of large files, and I kind of agree with that. And I spent a lot of time in the world of C# where you're not allowed to put more than 3 characters in a file, and then you have to make 8 new ones. Okay, on key. Now we have to use the cursor index to insert a value into the state string. So match on self. No. So we have to push things into the string as we go along, right? So if it's the same as the length, that means that we are appending. Actually, it could never be the same as the length. So I don't know where I write that. That would be a catastrophe if it was the same as the length. Because this would point outside of it. So instead, what we have to do is we have to match on the key. So we're pushing the character onto this thing, right? And now we have to update the buffer. Or rather, we don't. Yes, we do. We have to say the self.cursor index is now equal to the position of this thing, right? I don't know. I try to avoid proc macros mostly because the maintenance burden they add to a project. Yeah, plus equals is the thing we're looking for. C.UTF-8. No. Yes. Length? No, there's no such thing. Is there a len UTF-8 then? Or am I just making things up? No, there it is. So we need to move the cursor index to the end of this thing. But we're not supposed to push. We're supposed to insert at the cursor index. Right? So when we type, we're inserting the character where the cursor index is, and then we move the cursor index. We also need to adjust the... it's not even doing anything now. Why is it not doing anything? Why are you not doing anything? This is driving me a little bit crazy, I have to say. Let's just panic here then. Okay, so that, oh yeah, because the stupid focus. There it is. Wow, really have to fix that focus thing, right? So, but we just have to hit tab once. Okay, so now we have to draw the cursor alongside this thing, but we're gonna get the immediate problem here, which is we wrap a container around this that has a width of 8. Right? We actually have to draw the cursor on our on a y-axis as well. We can't just move the cursor where the cursor position is. And that's kind of dumb. This thing sets the background to reset and the foreground to green. We'll change this to black. That's better. Okay, what does this have to do with test? Where's the test part? Let me read your previous message so I don't lose my marbles entirely. But the doc string is just documentation, right? It's just examples. I think it's fine to include examples, and writing them does. Yeah, it's work, that's for sure. Okay, so we can easily move the position alongside the as we type, but how do we translate this to like X and Y coordinates in the text? That's kind of important. I think I'm too cooked for this. I am so exhausted. I'm gonna lay down in bed and watch some really crappy YouTube videos. I'm falling asleep here. Who should we raid? I am done. I am the Alt F4 stream. We haven't raided them in 100 years. And he's writing Rust too? Well, guess who we're gonna raid then, eh? Yeah, we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid. Whoops. Wow, a bit too many. There we go, right. Whew. Alright. Okay, so this has been interesting and extremely tiresome. I will be back tomorrow. Same time. No, I won't. I won't be back tomorrow at all. I'm super tired. I'm going to a birthday party. This is my nightmare. Bye.